sound track. There, righto. Okay. So, how's everyone's weekends been? Mine was pretty good. Bit of a lazy one, but keen to get back into some more painting on this fire prism. Peaceful night for a fire prism. Hello, Tiki. How you going, mate? Okay, just need to remember where we were at. I think the bit we were up to was oh, right. Okay, we were in the middle of finishing up the little gemstones. Still on the weekend, not over yet. Oh, well, at the end of the weekend for you guys in the US. Hey, I might just pull the BGM down a touch. That's probably a little better there. Doing well, finishing up a truck from routing your friend sent me. Oh, nice. Okay, yeah, so colors that we'll be getting out to start with will be a few metallics, and our jade for the gems, like what we've done here, and then we can probably get on to doing some of the blue patterning. We'll have our jade, aluminium, and a new pot of lead belcher. That was your nuts, man. Bought a Necron Combat Patrol, Death Marks, box of Warriors, Chaos Terminators, and second box of Berserkers. Jeez. Man, yeah, I feel like I have managed to, I've managed to avoid buying so many minis in the past probably month or two that it's like, I see, whenever I see people buying so many now, I understand what it's like watching people buy lots of minis. I'm like, holy shit, that's crazy. Oh, it's been a while. Oh, hey, Chaos. How you going, mate? Just need to make sure I've got my chair set up at the right height. I think down a tiny bit. GW had to release the perfect box on the weekend for you. No, you have no money. What's the weekend box? What's the what's the new release that they did for you? Buying used and abused orcs models and bits on eBay can be dangerously addictive. I can imagine. So you don't join the streams that much anymore, your attention span's going down the drain. Hey man, no, it's all good, mate. You do you. Like, I don't sit here sort of expecting all like you to dedicate your time to the stream or anything. I'm here anyway, and if it works for you, then it's cool if you can hop in. But yeah, it's all good if you've got other stuff that you need to do, or if streams just don't really work that well for you. The Tomb World Kill Team box. Ah, right. Yeah, I saw there's a new kill team as well for Tyranids. It's Raveners, and I'm not a huge fan of the design of the Raveners in that box that's coming up. I don't know what it is. Oh yeah, the Tomb World kill team, is that what's going to include the Nightbringer, or is that going to be a different part of that batch of kill team releases? Started going to school again 2 weeks ago, going pretty well. Nice, yeah. I think that, like, as much as school sucks as a kid, I think it's so good just having a routine, just being at, like, just regularly seeing your friends and, like, just having a schedule so that you can be consistent in, like, the hours of the day that you're awake. Believe Nightbringer's on his lonesome. Ah, okay. Because I don't know anything about how Kill Team works, but the vibe I got, the way it seemed like they were describing it, was like the there was going to be like a Kill Team box that would have both factions and the Nightbringer in it, and it was going to be like the Nightbringer would be like a final boss that both people would have to fight or something, kind of like how in the Armageddon Crusade rules, there are unbound adversaries, which are just like demons which hate everyone on the map. Just NPCs that are there to fuck with you. Currently doing some minus 50 D2 content. Man, this season of D2, it's just like I wanted to like it. I've always been in this position where I've wanted to like Destiny, and every season I come back and it just disappoints me again and again. Yeah, unfortunately, that like this one was just like outright I just can't. I was like, I can't do it anymore. I launched it and I was like, all of my armor is invalid. I don't have time for the grind anymore. It's just like, ugh. Ahoy ahoy. Hello, Sanju. I heard about the Citra situation. I have not. What is Citra, or who is Citra? Gonna take a nap, then be here proper finish off those barbs. Haven't painted them since the last stream, sadly. Yeah, all good, mate. understand people's complaints, but at the same time you're not upset at not being able to use the same stuff for like the past 4 years. Yeah, like I can understand that, but I think there are better ways about there are better ways to go about encouraging people to get new gear, like rather than just soft sunsetting all of the stuff that people have worked for. I would think that a better way to go about it would be making gear that is more interesting, that people would want to get. Is it just feels like a way of, it just feels like they are just ham-fisted, artificially forcing the grind on people to pad out playtime by saying, okay, you now have to grind for these things that you've already grinded for. Have fun. And with armor as well, which I feel like was one of the least rewarding grinds to do, because you don't get any actual feedback on whether the armor is good or not. It's just like you don't get any actual gameplay feel from the good armor. Realistically, it's just stat increases. Whereas when you're grinding for a gun with different rolls, like you can feel the different perks in action. Like even with stuff like a bow, when you're grinding for the correct bowstring on it, you can feel the different draw speeds and stuff. But with armor, it's just like, okay, I need my resilience to be too higher on this drop. This one's shit. Citra is a guy building like a 10-foot animatronic. I see. And so what's the what's the situation about this guy building a 10-foot animatronic? Supposed to be bulletproof, fireproof, and waterproof, and window stalk and stuff. Right. This seems like a either a modern day creepypasta or someone who is way overhyping this thing, and it's probably not going to be able to walk up and down stairs without falling over. That's why set bonuses and Armor 3.0 exist, you guess, but Bungie's been listening to people, and instead of nerfing good activities like they normally do, they're now bringing the bad ones up to snuff. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I feel like at least from my perspective, as someone who, I will usually, if I'm like, the only money that I'll spend on the game will be on the on the expansions. I don't buy dungeon keys or anything like that, because ever since they moved the dungeon out, like ever since they stopped including one dungeon with each expansion, I've just been completely jaded, and I've been like, yeah, no, fuck that. I'm not spending money on this thing that used to be free but now isn't. It's just kind of like I will only buy the full expansion, and I'll only do that if I feel like I'm enjoying the game. So the amount of content that is there and accessible to me in the first place doesn't really justify it for me. But yeah, I guess the big thing for me is just like, I don't want to be, I don't want to grind for this shit that I've already grinded for. I'm tired, boss. I don't have that time anymore. I want to play the game to have fun. I don't want the game to be my job. But yeah, that's not to say that I don't. Well, that's not to say that I hate all grinding in Destiny either. Like, I have grinded for the most useless shit. With the with is it final? Yeah, with Final Shape, I grinded for so many copies of Exotic Titan Marks and Ergo Sums, even though it's useless, just because it's interesting. But yeah, I have so many different copies of those exotics, just because it was it was goofy and cool. But yeah, like the fun thing about them is just because there's like actual noticeable differences between them, which made them interesting to get. But if it was just like different stat rolls and stuff, I would not be touching that. Yeah, hey, Rebellion. Don't really like Destiny. Yeah, I think that is a completely valid take. I have played Destiny since Destiny 1 came out, and I don't really like Destiny anymore. I want to like Destiny, but I don't really like it anymore. And I think especially when you're younger, it's very hard to get into Destiny because the story is completely meaningless to anybody who who's trying to join midway through the game. There is no hook in terms of narrative because you don't have access. It's impossible to know anything about it as a new player because like 90% or maybe more than 90% of the game's story is inaccessible. You cannot play it. Like, it is not in the game files anymore. So unless you're wanting to, watch several hours of YouTube lore videos, it is so, like, you're just not going to understand the story. Yes, an account got hacked and you almost lost $350 because of Destiny 2. Yikes. How does that happen? Would that be a because of Destiny 2 thing, or would that just be a PlayStation security leak while you were playing Destiny? So it's your PSN account getting hacked. Or, oh, is it because you have to bind your PSN account to your Bungie.net, and did Bungie.net have a leak? Both? Right, okay. Yeah, because I think my Xbox account is tied to Bungie.net, but I don't think I ever had a leak happen, so, like, I don't think I've had any issues there, so it might have just been on the PlayStation side, because I know that PSN has been notorious over the years for constant leaks. Like, constant, insecurity, so, like, lots of hacking happening over PSN over the years. Was years ago, and you got rid of your PS4 after because Bungie told you if your account gets hacked again, it's on you. Or PlayStation told you that? Yikes. Yeah, that's like always been the thing with PlayStation, is the games on PlayStation, like PlayStation exclusive games, are always fucking phenomenal. Like, they just have the best console exclusives, but their like, their online service is just atrocious. Not gonna lie, Warframe is like Destiny 2, but better. I know that that's like, that's the big meme in both communities, really. But I think that, like, Destiny definitely has a lot of things that I prefer to Warframe. Warframe, the grind is just as bad, if not worse. And the gameplay, I don't like the feel of as much. Destiny, the main thing that Destiny has going for it is the gameplay always feels amazing. Warframe, the parkour and the movement feels really fun at first, but the game just very quickly turns into you flying around at the speed of sound and slide meleeing everything and one-shotting it, and like until your gear level is not enough, and then you are completely useless. And I don't feel like there's any like physical feedback, because it gets like when the game just turns into just warp speed, jump, slide, melee, jump, slide, melee, jump, slide, melee. It's just like, okay, this is the peak of this game. And also, does Warframe still have real money trading? Because I remember that being a very big issue as well. As someone who's sunk far too much time into both, they're barely comparable. Yeah, I haven't played Warframe in a few years, but I played it a fair bit when it came out, and then I played it again like 5 or 6 years after it came out, and like I would not compare them. I like they are both sci-fi, like they're both like space fantasy looter shooters, but Warframe, I do not like the gameplay feel of both. Well, I'm sorry, I don't like the gameplay feel of Warframe compared to Destiny. Yeah, like I said, I feel like there is a very clear moment where you become strong and you just are slide meleeing everything, and then you go into the high tier content and it's just, okay, my number is too low, I'm getting one shot, I don't deal damage. Yeah. I know Destiny has that to a degree as well, but I think the curve is a lot different. Like when you're overpowered in Destiny, you can still like just run through all of the content, but you're just like free to do it with whatever silly build you want, and it's not like a single bullet kills everything. Like you're still definitely stronger, but I think that Destiny still has a little bit of, it adjusts a little bit from when you're overpowered. Technically you can trade plat, which is a premium currency. You can also buy it. It also means you can't make it for free by grinding. It also means you can make it for free by grinding. Yeah. Like, I think that I conceptually don't like the idea of having real money trading in a game. I don't know if Warframe still has this, but I know that for a very long time at least, it had that really cringe mobile game mechanic of your like crafting shit in your ship having a 10-hour timer on it unless you want to spend money to speed it up. Like, that genuinely was infuriating. I don't know if they've gotten rid of that, but yeah, that was one of the most annoying things for me. Was, okay, I'm crafting this Warframe. It needs like 5 parts or whatever, and each part takes between 4 and 16 hours or some shit like that. It's like, why is this even here? Still a cool mechanic? Awesome. Love that. The game's free to play, has RNG protection. You can always be doing something else if you don't, so you don't mind it too much. Yeah, like I understand it's free to play, so there are going to be places where they need to make money. That I just think that is a very strange mechanic to put in your free to play game. You played Warframe when it first came out, stopped playing for a few years, came back, and all of a sudden you have a spaceship and no idea as to what was going on. I'm trying to remember, did we not have a spaceship to begin with? It was just very, very small. It was just the cockpit, wasn't it? And then they updated it, and then you're in like a little Corvette or something where you have like, you've got the cockpit, and then there's like a door that like opens to like a ramp going downstairs, and there's more shit down there. I feel like the spaceship was always there to a degree, but it was minuscule. It was just like, you have the star map, and you have your crafting table. You're talking like the beta? Right, yeah. Like, what I started playing back when the 3 starting Warframes were Excalibur, Mag, and Rhino. Is his name Rhino? I think it's Rhino. I think it was like immediately after the beta. Man, I forgot how time-consuming it was for me to do these gemstones last time, because I have to be really careful. Because if I make a mess of the yellow, it's a pain to try to fix it. I'm trying to get this nice and smooth towards the bottom edge of the gemstone. Some of these gems are a bit easier to do, thankfully. But there are ones like on that bit where it's pretty much a smooth transition from the gem to the hull, where it's at least here there's like a sharp line where the gem meets the hull. Is he decreasing the rails for your printer upgrade? What is it? What constitutes a printer upgrade? I'm assuming for the FDM printers, like, what parts can you change out to upgrade it? I actually have no idea. Hey, Joe, check everyone. How you going today? Yeah, not bad. How are you, Gavin? How's your weekend been? Uneventful but acceptable, you guess? Yeah, I mean, that's the norm, probably. If it's uneventful, at least nothing bad happened. Basically, it has three rubber wheels that slide back and forth along the X and Y axis when you run it. You're replacing those with a rail system. Right, okay. I wasn't aware that you can just swap out the parts for the printer like that. I would have assumed that they're manufactured with the like with the assumption that they're running on wheels rather than rails, and that the nozzle would move differently depending on what its system is. As in, like, I would have assumed that rails would make it move more efficiently, so it might end up moving too far when it tries to move a certain distance along the X or Y axis. There'll be about a 5 mil height difference from before, but you can change the slicer settings to fix that. Oh, right, yeah, I didn't even think about the difference in height as well. It'll be the same X and Y distance, but it'll be able to move much faster with a way better hot end that you bought. Pretty much, you're in the prep stage of everything. Right, yeah. Sounds like a fun project. I've always been like, I've always had the thing where, like, I'll think about projects, and then I'll go, nah, can't be fucked, and then I just won't do it. But yeah, like my older brother has always been a projects guy, so it's always been like interesting to watch him do stuff. But yeah, I've just never really had the initiative, I guess, to think of a project and then actually go through the planning stage of it and executing on it. What's good, gang? Hey, Juggernaut. Getting ready for the kill team thing. Have you got it tomorrow or something like that? Not going to do the 2 maps though. Yeah, understandable. I feel like it could get quite difficult to manage, and also it might be hard to sort of it might say to be too much. Yeah, I imagine it would probably be too much to manage, and then also I could imagine it could be quite hard to incentivize like hopping between the maps. But a cool concept. Probably still use the homebrew teams employees things though. Yeah, I mean, yeah, just because you're not using everything doesn't mean that you have to throw it all out. And you can probably always revisit the maps thing at like another time. But yeah, sometimes it can just be doing all of the new homebrew things at once can be a bit overwhelming. But yeah, you might find that once you're more comfortable with your baseline homebrew stuff, you can always go back and do the more wild stuff later. Sent the ploys and stuff in general chat if you want to look. Yeah, I might have a look at them later. I probably wouldn't understand them too well though, because I've never played Kill Team anyway. But yeah, I'd be keen to have a look at them later on, just because it can be fun to see what people have been doing. You bet. No, it's so good. I'm sure there are other people in the Discord who have played Kill Team before who will understand it. Am I gonna print the ball? Maybe. It is very cool. It is a very cool ball. I should download it before Discord deletes it, because I don't know how long uploaded files remain accessible. But it does seem like a very fun one to just have in my back pocket. Just paint it, like build and paint completely off stream, show up to one of my tabletop sessions with it. None of my friends the wiser, because some of the people in my gaming group do watch the stream, so I need to prepare it on the down low. Just rock up, pull it out of the box, and they'll be like, what the fuck is that? Yeah, I reckon I won't do the gems on the guns immediately. Shows up to the game, stop staring at my ball. Maybe I get 2 of them, just so that I can do that bit. That would be 1,400 points of balls, though. Like, that would be really funny. But also, I'm pretty sure in terms of point cost, like point efficiency, the Porphyrion is so shit. I love it though. I need to paint my existing Porphyrion. There's just so many other things I need to get through before I can even think about getting the big guy painted though. Honestly, maybe I should just do the big guy at some point soon. Because he takes up a lot of space on one of my desks. And every time I walk past him, it's just like, man, I need to do this at some point. And then I just never do. I reckon what we do is we finish that Acheron that I've got half painted, the Iron Warriors themed one. And then straight onto the Porphyrion. Cool thing is it's the size of a Questoris. Yeah, well, because he's a little short. Sharon does that. True. Do Porphyrions normally stand on a base, by the way? Because the one that I printed doesn't have a base. And like his feet are absolutely massive. So I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't have one. You saw a certified Warhound Titan yesterday? Oh, nice. Warhounds are really cool. I like their design. They're probably my favorite Titan design. Because Warlords, they're cool, but they're just a big Questoris Knight. Like, I'm sorry to say, but it's just a big Imperial Knight. But Warhounds, it's like, that is like, it's just so cool. It's like a big boxy guy. How many points is a Warhound? It's like 1100, isn't it? Or 1200, something like that? Yeah, just trying to remember if I paint that one like that. No. Slightly different. Your game shop has an old Luscious pattern Warhound on display. How is it different? Is it Luscious or is that autocorrect for Lucius? I'm gonna look. I'm interested in seeing what a different Warhound looks like. I'm gonna assume that was autocorrect from Lucius. 40k Lucius Warhound. Oh, okay. So with like, is the difference the platform, like the flat top on it? If I just go 40k Warhound Titan. Actually, I'm not sure. Oh, no, yeah, yeah, it is like the flat top. That's cool, I like that. More of an industrial look compared to the normal one. Yeah, yeah, it's very cool. I mean, warhounds in general are very cool. Like, if I ever get to the point of wanting to play a 3k point game with my gaming group, I would be very open to just running my Imperial Knights and then just sticking a Warhound Titan in there. Warlord and Reaver also have that version. Oh, okay, cool. The Reaver, I can't quite remember what the Reaver looks like. Is it closer to a Warlord or closer to a Warhound in terms of design? Because it's the in-between size, isn't it? I need to know. Hang on. $40k Reaver Titan. Oh, yeah, okay. It's like a taller Warhound. Yeah. He stands up a bit more straight. Neither both. Looks like it has Chewie Griffin face. Yeah, he does. He's got that fucking oval. Yeah, it's it's a Warhound that stands up straight. There's another in between the Reaver and the Warlord plus a variant for the Warhound. Is there? I thought there were only like the three main Titan patterns. I know that there's like the non-existent one of the Psi Titan as well, but I thought in terms of like tabletop options and like forgetting about the Emperor class as well. But as far as tabletop options go, I thought it was only the 3 main ones. The Warbringer. I was going to say I feel like I may have heard of it before, but I mean it's called Warbringer. That is, I could have heard that term thousands of times before in different contexts. So I'm gonna say I don't know what that one is. There's the artillery piece on the top. Yeah, I have not seen that one. Okay, we've just about finished up with these gems. And then once we get the jade color on these, we'll be able to actually make noticeable progress on this guy. I think what I might do as well is for the patterns and stuff, I might pull out the Eldar transfer sheet just so that I can have a look at what the Eandon symbols look like, and then I'll freehand some bigger versions of them. But yeah, I think that's pretty good as far as the bright points on the gems go. Okay, what have you missed? Been lurking while you slept? Not a whole lot. I'm just finishing up the gemstones on the top half of the fire prism now. And then we'll be moving on to actually painting, like, colors onto it. So we'll be doing, like, the blues for the armor panels and stuff. Asking Shilly who's going to print and paint his balls. That too. I had my chair set at just slightly the wrong height, and it was like putting weird pressure on my back when I was sitting with my elbows planted. There we are. Yeah, this is better. But now my hand's shaking. Can't quite tell if I've done that the right sort of color. I think it needs to, I think I need a little bit thicker paint, just so that I can sort of hide the harsh transition between the bright silver and the dark silver. It's so liquid though, so I'm just making a mess of the armor. I think I definitely thinned this down a bit too much. I think that's better. It's not amazing, but it's better. You want an Imperator Titan? Knowing the concept of self-restraint, do not want Titans. Okay, Titans are cool, but I understand that there is such a thing as a mini too large. I know my limits. Check minis when you've got the chance. Yep, I will just do a couple more of these, and then I will have a look. Just because I have managed to fluke my way into getting the right consistency of paint here, so I want to make the most of it while I can. Unk is responsible. Okay, look, I didn't go that far. Also, I'm 25. I don't know if I should be getting called Unk. Message retracted. What happened there, Nugget? I did not see it. Anything older than you is Unk. Ah, I see. Alright, yeah, I'll check out the minis channel now. Where is it? Over here. Accidentally said anything other than you is responsible. Ah, right, okay. Oh man, that's awesome. Hang on, that's actually so cool. Strapping in the Titans like that? What? That's beautiful. Man, the Warhound is massive. I was expecting the Warhound to be a little bit smaller. I thought the Warhound was going to be pretty comparable to Knights, like only a little bit bigger than Knights. But I guess it's a little bit bigger than a Porphyrion. I love that. That's really cool. Guy posted that in your local game store Discord. I mean, it does seem like a an effective way to transport them. As long as they're secure, I'd be worried about them moving around slightly and chafing against the seatbelt. Oh, damn it, I think the paint has gotten a bit too thin. Yeah, the paint that I was using, I thinned it down a little bit too much. One sec. New Night is going up for pre-order on Saturday. Can't wait to buy Codex. It's going to go defunct a week after its release. Yeah, crazy how long. Oh, the nights got delayed. Actually insane. All of this for one new model and big nerfs. This is what we want. Like, I understand knights are very strong at the moment and deserve to get nerfed, but it's just so fucking sad that we wait this long knowing we're getting nerfed, and the only thing that we're getting from it is going to be, well, I guess we get detachments, which will be fine, but everyone gets detachments, but we're getting one new, not even new model, it's a new loadout. We found this goth chick that paints Warhammer. She's bad as fuck. Well, hello to you too, Agent Smith. Been a little while. What a way to make your entrance. Event hope you good. Yeah, not bad. Return for the goal. Yeah, he's preaching the good word. I looked her up and there was no Warhammer. Okay. So it's just a goth chick. Yeah, where's the Warhammer, Agent Smith? On the shorts, I see. We've got the investigators on the case right now. There's no Warhammer, that's just a plain old goth chick. Definitely a type. She paints aggressively vibrant aggressors. I see. I don't see, but I see. Just trying to help you fellow gooners in the chat. Well, I mean, we can't say you weren't looking out for the boys, I guess. Explains the link and photos on her Insta. Ah. Look, I mean, we gotta respect the hustle. I'm with the science team. May not respect the crew in its entirety, but get your bag. Take advantage of the lonely people. Yeah, I mean... Yeah. It is what it is. Gonna make a magic deck with Mortarion? What is not in Magic the Gathering? I feel like they have collabed with everything. It's like the Fortnite of card games. You know, man, it goes from My Little Pony to The Walking Dead, then to Warhammer, then to SpongeBob. What the fuck? Hasbro really be out here? And Marvel soon to be Atla? What is Atla? I forget soon to be Sonic. What is... I don't understand. I don't get these. I don't understand Magic the Gathering. Avatar The Last Airbender. Ah, okay. I've never seen it abbreviated before. Like, I've only ever just seen it referred to as Avatar, and people just accept that you're not talking about James Cameron's The Avatar. Okay, just about done with these gems. And then we can go on to something more interesting with this. Speak just enough French and German to where you can introduce yourself in both pretty well, and you have on multiple occasions just done it and just walked away. Yeah? Just like to random people, just walk up to a guy in the street and just run through a quick self-introduction and then leave? Pizza time? Yahoo! It's normally during someone random introducing their friend to you? Right. I see. Yeah, like, if the goal is to make it seem like you, like, that is your native language and you don't speak English, doesn't really work for me. Because for me, the language which I am most competent in is Japanese. And I don't know if you could tell by the color of my hands, but it'd be pretty hard for me to pose as a Japanese person and then make my escape. Today's mission, with 3 of your friends at different times each, walk up to the same random person and introduce yourself in different foreign languages. Just put that poor person on the spot. The sad part will be, one of you might well just get caught out and that person speaks that language, and then you're just trapped by someone who speaks that language better than you do. Made it, sorry, like, no, it's all good. Welcome overboard. You've shown up pretty much just as I finished doing the gemstones for the gun turret. So now we're at the point where we'll actually start doing the other colors on the armor panels. So you've arrived pretty much right in time for the start of the stream. But yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, okay. Friendly reminder, when you spent ages doing little details, always take the time to hold the mini away from yourself and look at it from a distance, because this looks so good now that all the gems are done. Like, holy shit, it's beautiful. I felt like nothing was happening, but it's so good. Oh. So worth it. That's why the US is funny, because if you speak a different language, people won't even try it. Right, I see. One sec. I'm just going to quickly go and fill my glass of water, and then I will come back, and then we can get on to doing the, like, the armor panels and the patterning and stuff. So yeah, I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, I am back, and I've also grabbed a reference. Ugh. Do Eldar have the same color gemstones per faction, or is it up to whatever you want? Yeah, it is just do whatever you want. Warhammer is in general pretty open to you just doing whatever you want to do. Oh, Nugget headed off. If you're still here, see you later, Nugget. But yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, so I said I grabbed a reference. So yeah, I've grabbed the Eldar transfer sheet so that he can potentially use this as a reference to freehand some larger symbols. Although some of these might be usable on the big panels here as well, such as the Eundon ones, where we can probably put... Actually, I don't think these are Eundon. I think specifically just this bar over here is Eundon, because all of these seem to cross over into other sections. And it looks like these up here, are these not aspect shrines? And then these are also aspect shrines over here? I'm lost. Yeah, because I don't think this whole bar along here is Eundon and this whole bar along here is Ulthway. I think Ulthway runs to here. And like Simhan runs to here. Hmm. Well, I think these ones here are probably just fair game to go for. We'll figure it out anyway. She'll be fine. Huh. Yeah, in any case, before we get to the freehanding of these, I'm gonna paint some of these armor panels into our accent color. So we need to pick out which of these panels are going to be in our accent colored blue. And our accent color is going to be Croxigore Scales. Which is my new favorite color. It's just so good. And for that, we're going to have to set up the colors in our grays and whites. Or do we want to set them up in silvers again as well? I don't actually know what we want to do. Because setting it up on a bright silver looks really nice. That's what I'd done for the heads of my what do you call them? The heads of my Wraith units was Croxigore Scales over a silver, as opposed to Croxigore Scales over a white for their fabric. Like their tabards and stuff. Carroburg been demoted. Okay, so Carroburg is an incredible paint in general, but in terms of pure color, Croxigore Scales is just so good. I've been in love with this thing for a few weeks now. I reckon we won't do metallic for this. We'll only do metallic for the more metal looking parts. So, that being said, Haribo Crimson #1 shade is what you're saying. You can accept that? Yeah. In terms of #1, like primary color, it's got to be Croc Score shade or Croc Score scales. But I'm thinking what I'm going to do is we're going to start with Grey Seer as the base for it, because that's what we did here, and I really like that tone there. And then for the brighter points, we'll feather in some shading up to Corax White. So, we just need to decide on which panels we want to be blue. Okay, hang on. I was just eyeballing this. How much do we want this to be blue? Because we could have it be like purely just an accent color, or we could have it run along this really long panel that snakes down the whole length of it like that. I think that could be really cool. I'm just trying to think of what it would end up looking like, but I feel like that could be cool, having the blue run down these long segmented panels. I just don't know if that'll be too much. Because I'd either be doing that, or I'd be doing them like on these little panels here, and then like that tiny little panel there, and then like these little panels here. Vote accent without the Photoshop would look great either way. I can't be bothered to Photoshop it. Thing is, I'm doing 2 of these fire prisms anyway. They don't need to be painted with the exact same color distribution. So I could do it both ways. I reckon we'll do less blue on this one, and then after seeing how that looks, we can decide whether or not with the second one, whether we want to do lots of like the really big blue stripes. Although, actually, you know what, fuck it, let's do it the other way around. I'm going to do the big blue stripes. I think it'll look good. Because there's going to be a lot of orange as well anyway. I'm thinking we're going to do the long stripes. That is my ruling. Do I have enough Grey Seer? I might be low on Grey Seer. We'll see. I should have enough to at least get working today. literally the first stroke I make, and I immediately got paint right where I didn't want it to be. That is an incredible effort on my part. Literally the first brush stroke. Yeah, this is going to be a tedious one because it's going to be a lot of trying to get these white paints smooth. And we know how much that sucks. I think I've got the consistency good now. So a second coat over that spot that I just did should be alright. We'll just let it dry. It's probably just going to be slow going, and we'll need a couple of coats to get it looking good. Remember when Overwatch had like a really good story? In all honesty, not really, no. I remember when Overwatch had background lore that was internally consistent, but then they ruined that. But I don't think it was ever that compelling. I think I need to just stop touching this bit, let it all dry properly, and then come back with some thin coats and just hope to even it out. Is my that is my fatal weakness is painting areas while they're still wet. Ah, shit. A little bit of that just got in the recess there. I forgot that the recess in this section is incredibly shallow. So if I get the paint anywhere near that, it's gonna fill in. Is that an Astra Militarum driver in the tank? No, yeah, I don't know why. The Eldar pilots just look like guys. It's just some guy. I literally just cleaned this and then made the exact same mistake in the same spot again. I'm gonna lose my mind. I think I'm just gonna have to leave it be and then just redo the panel lining in this section rather than trying to clean it every time I make a mistake there. Yo, hey Jesus. How you going, mate? Pizza acquired. Huge. Stuffed crust pepperoni. Ah, I see. I've never been a stuffed crust guy. It's just too much. That doesn't look like an elven driver in your tank. Driver on tanks, it's beneath us. Who drives it? Just some guy we found in the bar? True. Nah, the Eldar wouldn't trust anyone else to drive their tanks. It's just they, for some reason, they're all Tom Cruise. All of the Eldar pilots are just Tom Cruise, and I don't know why. They've got like the swept back hair. Well, I guess Tom Cruise doesn't really do swept back hair. I don't know. He's just some ace pilot guy. I said this last time. I really wish they just gave him a Guardian helmet. Like, that would just be so much better. They're all 5'4". Well, I mean, they're elves, so depending on... actually, are Warhammer elves tall or short? Because elves are one of those... elves are somehow stereotypically both tall and stereotypically short. I just don't know which side of the spectrum the Eldar fall on. Warhammer elves are taller? Right, okay. They're either the same height or slightly shorter than Space Marines. Okay, so they're quite tall. Actually, yeah, I guess that would make sense, because Eldar Guardians are literally just civilians. And they're similar size to Space Marines. Cool comparison pic puts them at the same height as basic Necrons, about 7 foot. Holy shit. Okay, they're quite tall. Eldar are terrifying. What? If Drukhari get a range refresh and a cool box, you'll have a new army because you wanted to get them originally, but they just suck as a range currently. Yeah, I feel like every time I've seen, like, because my, some of the people in my gaming group play Drukhari, and the army pretty much just seems to be 4 boats. So 2 of them gunboats, 2 of them transport boats, and a bunch of Kabbalite warriors. Just seems like the way to go. And then otherwise you can get the really small dedicated transports and put some witches in them. But it just seems like things like their monsters and stuff don't really have any presence. You sent me the pic. The Orc is a regular guy, so bosses will be much bigger, and apparently warriors are much bigger in the lore now as well. I see. I'll have a look in a sec. I've just got the paint at a nice consistency here. I'm gonna make the most of it. Yeah, I'm definitely going to need to come back and fix some of this panel lining that I'm messing up right now. Yeah, I want to see this comparison pic. One sec. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that Dire Avenger is scary as hell. He's like a full head taller than a regular human. Remember, Jane Czar's freakishly tall for an Eldar. Is Jane Czar the Howling Banshee? Because if she's the Howling Banshee and she's freakishly tall for an Eldar, that would be fucking terrifying. Having this this motherfucker run you down. Getting sort of the Howling Banshee's right, yeah. That's so true. What's everyone's thoughts on the price increase? Yeah, I mean, I feel like is there really an opinion to form on the price increase? Like, I don't think anybody likes it, but it is what it is. Isn't like a 4% base increase on average? Yeah, 4% increase across all plastic. Some things will be more, some things will be less. % matching inflation as always in the UK. Ah, I see, okay. Just fix the pricing on small units, all you ask. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. That's fair enough. They won't, though. More annoyed at Tesco and shit for raising prices on necessity than you are at GW for raising the price on plastic models. Yeah, that is more fucked up. Oh, fuck. I just realized I made a mistake with the, with this section here. I don't know if I can fix it in time, though. Might be able to save it. Yeah, accidentally painted the wrong section grey there. That would have been annoying. Not disastrous, but just annoying. We saved it, though. We're chilling. We'll let that bit dry and we'll work our way towards the back. I think this will be really good, though. Yeah, I actually think this will be so good. The big thing is just going to be, again, getting the finish on this nice and smooth. If we can do that, we will be gaming. Otherwise, it will just be a very sad-looking vehicle. I don't know what Warhammer plastic already. Got a lot of 3D printing now that actually went back into fantasy models for RPGs and terrain for Necromunda. 40k stuff is ready for paint. Yeah, I'm in the same boat where at least the 4% price increase isn't going to affect me for a while because I've got so many models in my backlog that I have no need to buy new models for a while. I'm happy just to work through the plastic I've already got. the bigger issue with 40k is the constant lowering of points and the shittification of discount boxes. Yeah, I think that is the that's a very noticeable thing for me. Not necessarily, I haven't noticed as much with the discount boxes because I haven't really been around for long enough to pay attention to the discount boxes, because I've only really seen like one generation of them. But the points lowering is very noticeable for me, at least for at least for when I'm like looking to build it. Like I'm looking at my Tyranids going, all right, how many of these do I need to run an army of Tyranids? And then it's like like, oh, you mean I bought the Leviathan box set and that's not that doesn't give you 1k points of Tyranid models. That doesn't even give you enough Tyranids to play the smallest standard game size. Awesome. Can't wait for Tomo wants to be 45 points a squad. Gonna work out Leviathan Tyranid points now compared to launch. Curious if it went up or down post Codex. Yeah, I didn't check the points cost at the time of Leviathan, but I've like checked recently, and I'm pretty certain it comes out below 1k. And not just it's not like 950 or whatever. It's like 700 or 800 or something. He's in like the 7 or 800s. 780 points at launch versus Marines, 1,085 points at launch. Nids were screwed from the start. Wait, what? What? They didn't even have the points balanced between them? What? No. That's actually crazy. What? I thought the whole point of those was they launched that with a bunch of missions, and they're like, here, play these armies against each other for these missions, and we'll and submit your results. We'll see who wins. Wasn't that the whole thing? Gotta sell those Marines. They literally could have chucked in another monster or two and Nid still would have been shard points. We love Games Workshop. The box set was called Leviathan. You would think that it would be Tyranids favored. Or you would think at least the Tyranids would be the focus of it. the random lieutenant and second Terminator character were very necessary. True, I guess. You can't release a box that has Space Marines in it without including multiple random characters, just like in excess of the point balance state. Oh, I'm the solo Gravis Apothecary. Yeah, the Apothecary who isn't an Apothecary. He just kills people. Okay. I think now we can afford to go back through for our second coat over this whole lot. Should be a bit quicker now that we've done all the coverage. It's just going to be a thin coat trying to get it all smooth. Oh, hang on, should probably do these edges here. Andrew shitting on your favorite model going after the biologist. I mean, the biologist is neat. I just think that it's wild finding out how big the point disparity between the two factions was at launch of the box. Cool models, yeah, most of them, but they're random in a box that could have been sacrificed for one more NIDS unit, chuck in a box of Homogons or some shit. Nah. Read your chat, Lamau. Where was it? Oh, way back up there, sorry. Yeah, missed it there. Of how wholesome people are at Games Workshop, but not gonna lie, last time you went into one, you were able to take the whole shop out. Nice. Doing God's work. Proud of you. Leviathan NIDS post-Codex went from 780 to 745, went down after the Codex, discounting the Ripper Swarms, which come with Termagants anyway. Yeah. I knew I wasn't crazy. I thought I was just like, man, am I just adding this up wrong? Am I doing something wrong? Is there some way you meant to play these that gets them to 1k? But no, you just can't play a standard 1k point game with the Leviathan box. You need to pad it out. Okay. But now we should be able to see if we can smooth out this coat. You bought 2 Leviathan boxes when it came out. I'm surprised they let you. They were so in demand. Like when I was in Japan and I bought one, they were doing 1 per person, and the only reason I managed to get one is because I showed up midday the day after it came out, and they had a pallet of new boxes that had gotten delivered in that they hadn't marked off yet, like they hadn't marked into stock yet, and they were like, "Oh, we think we got some out the back. You want to just wait?" At the same time, same place? Right, okay. You went hunting. Okay, now as far as getting color variation in this goes, because I'm pretty happy with how smooth we're getting it. Once we get it nice and smooth, I'm going to see if I can blend in some borax white in some of the brighter points. So maybe along this ridge here, we'll blend in some borax white. And then along the top edge here, we'll get some of it coming in through there as well. That white looks good with the second coat. What color is it? This is gray sear. I'm gonna try and do gradients. Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, I was just saying. Yeah, I'm gonna pull in little bits of Corax white for the brighter points, just to get a little bit of a gradient going. I'm not gonna go for anything crazy though. Just enough so that it's so that we get that little bit of variation, like what we've got with the yellow coat. But yeah, just bearing in mind that this is not our final color. This is just the baseline for our Croxigore Scales Blue. I might come through and get a little bit of a darker shade just around the engine exhaust here as well. Yeah, I don't think I've actually gone for such a wide area of coverage with grey sear before, but it's actually really nice. Yeah, the first coat was miserable, but this second coat is making it look really, really clean. Seems to be very smooth. Am I doing the underside too or not bothering? I'll do it to a degree. I won't do all of the underside. I will do enough for it to be for it to not be super noticeable, but I'm not going to go all out on it. Am I going to do any of the side panels blue too? I'm not going to do any of these ones blue, if you mean those. I might do a couple of the back panels. I'll do... I think that these two little... Actually, no, probably this little accent panel here will do blue. But then there'll be some blue panels on the top gun as well. Yeah, like... What I'll do first is I'm going to finish the grey coat, and then before I go and do the whole grey stripe here, I'm going to do this in blue and just see how it looks so that I can figure out how much more coverage I want to do beyond that. Doing that big center panel blue could be good. Keep the heavy blue. Yeah, potentially. I just don't want it to be blue as the primary color. I still want it to be predominantly yellow. Yeah, and I also need to remember to come back and do the underside of this panel. Just so that it doesn't look really nasty when people pick up the model and look underneath. So yeah, not gonna go all out on the underside, but I want it to be clean enough. Is it on a clear flight stand? It is. It's on a really little one. It's not like it's not one that's up really high. It's on like the same sort of one that you put Tau drones on. You think it's time to pull out the wheel of minis to see what to paint next, as you can't decide between them, keeping it Nid themed? Yeah, I don't know what to suggest either, because you got so many cool ones to go through. You got so many Tyranids in general. Not gonna lie. You are spoiled for choice for them. Which I guess is your issue. Once you get through the other 20 Termagants, you'll only have, you count 13 Nids, 3 Zoe and 3 Venom, Swarm Lord, Psychophage, 2 Norns and a Parasite. Yikes, man, that's a lot. You need to get a glass cabinet to encourage you to paint and display your stuff. Yeah, cabinets are nice. Just having a place, like, I've got some shelves where I have mine displayed, and it is nice just walking past and going, ah, beautiful. Oh, and you have a Drown effect as well. Back from doom scrolling, welcome back. Over a backlog, it's fairly reasonable. Yeah, not too bad. Definitely better than my backlog. Okay, just about done for our second coat here. And then we'll do the underside of the panel, and then it'll be onto blending in our Corax white. And I reckon the way to go with that will just be wet blending it, rather than trying to sort of glaze some gradients. I reckon we'll just see if we can do it nice and quick with a wet blend. I say with a wet blend, a series of wet blends, because I'll be doing it in several different spots. But as far as getting this first, the grey nice and smooth, I think we've done pretty well. I think I might need to revisit this actually, because it's looking a bit gross. In fact, yeah, I'll let this section dry and then I'll have to redo that back bit. But yeah, while that dries, let's do the underside. Have 16 armies going. Holy shit. All built at least 2,000 points. All are primed. Only 1 or 2 painted from each to figure out a color scheme. Also have all 3D painted, all 3D printed, sculpted, matching base themes. Jesus. I am feeling better about my expenditures. How do you even have space for those? Like, what? How am I meant to hold on to this in such a way that it's easy for me to paint this? Like this? Yeah, I guess this works somewhat. You know what, Charlie, when you can treat ourselves to some woman who's after hearing that list? No, we can't. Look, we cannot let ourselves be talked into it. This guy is a plant from Games Workshop. Actual paid actor. You have an entire room wall to wall with media shelves. I see. Not a paid actor. That is something that a paid actor would say. Okay. Oh, yeah, I think this is going to be really cool. Hang on. Just need to clean my brush and pull it back. Yeah, I think the color distribution on this will be so nice. Having the two stripes like that running through. Yeah, this will be really good. I like it a lot. And this way it still keeps the yellow as the primary color. And we get lots of really cool shapes forming. I like it. Yeah. Shelly ... Hello, medic. How you going, mate? You bought a lot of Christmas boxes in the last few years. It really boosts your rookie numbers. Yeah, I can see that. I got 3 Christmas boxes last year. I got one of the, I got the Knight, is it called Valor Strike Lance? I think that's what it's called. I got the Knight one, and then I got 2 of the Tower ones, the Retaliation Carders. When are we playing Lethal Company? Not in the cards at the moment. Maybe like once I figure out what I want to do with my video content, might figure something out from there. But at least for live stream activities, it's probably still going to be mostly painting. I ever start working on those tower boxes? I have got them almost fully assembled and primed. So out of the tower boxes, actually, out of the tower boxes, I've painted one of the Riptides. I have assembled and primed both of the commanders, and I've painted, oh sorry, and I've assembled and primed one of the Ghost Keels. So all that's left in those boxes now is just one Riptide, one Ghost Keel. Oh, and yeah, because there was also 2 broadsides, and I've assembled and primed both of the broadsides. So all that's left from them is one Riptide, one Ghost Keel. Everything else is assembled and primed, with one of them being painted. Okay, let's see if we can wet blend some bright points onto this. So if I get just a dab of white there. And then a little bit of grey over here, here, here. And we just start pulling this like this. I think I let the white sit there for too long, and now we've got a little line forming, which I'm not super happy with. I forgot that white is a fickle beast, and it clumps and dries immediately. But if I just get another little dollop of white on there, and then just with my regular brush, just see if we can blend this through. Little dollop of grey. Pull that back in towards the white. Clean the brush. More of just the grey. Pull that up into the white. How is this looking? I think the wet blending probably isn't the way to go for the whites and greys when they're right next to each other. They're just a bit too similar. So I'm probably going to have to just straight up paint certain sections white and then painstakingly do actual gradients, which is annoying. That being said, let's get a little bit of Corax white. And mark out our brighter areas. I think these highlights will be really nice though when we get them working. It's just a matter of getting the gradient smooth enough. I don't think it needs to be perfect either. Just realized that this is all just barely out of focus, which is really annoying. Sorry about that. Can I zoom this in at all? I can. We pull the focus to right there. our next bright point will want to be along here. This is going to be a really annoying one to feather out. But if I can get this looking nice, I think it'll be really good. Do I have any Wraith Knights to paint? Eondon should have at least 2 in their pocket. 3 if you're not... 3, not 3 if... Well, if not 3 if you're being cheeky. I've got 1 Wraith Knight, a shitload of Wraith Guard, and a Wraith Lord. That is where I'm at the moment. I say a shitload of Wraith Guard. It's not quite at the level of a shitload yet. I think it's 3 squads of Wraith Guard, 1 squad of Wraith Blades, a Wraith Lord, and then yeah, a Wraith Knight. That is the extent of my Eondon-ness at the moment. Every Wraith list should have at least 3 Lords. In all of the games that I've played with my Eondon list, the Wraith Lord has been so useless. Like, actually just trash unit, getting fucking 1 shot without killing anything. Just a humble shit bucket. Yeah, it's like, it doesn't do anything. The Guard are so good. But then the Wraith Lord has just gotten fucking shit on every time I have run him. I don't know if it's just like big model syndrome where people see him and they're like, oh, he's scary. And then they focus him down. So you gotta play bigger matches? Yeah. But, you know, you need to have more models in order to play bigger matches. Any big scary means you can't kill all big scaries. Yeah. That is true. But at the same time, that also means that they have more things with which to kill your more big scaries. Like, it goes both ways. You have one Wraith Knight from GW and one 3D printed one. Both are primed. You asked a few people to tell you which one's real from like 2 feet away. They can't do it without picking it up. Yeah, I've got a really good Wraithguard STL, so I no longer need to buy Wraithguard because the 3D prints are just so on point, which is quite nice. Saves me a little bit of money here and there, and also, honestly, it's so satisfying to print out the Wraithguard at least, just because the with the it's just printing out the smooth features of the head. It's so satisfying. I love it. Also, they're somewhat chunky, so they don't misprint that often. Okay. And then last bit of white to mark out will just be this top ridge here, and then we can start blending this shit back in. Oh, actually, we'll want to do it. I think we'll do a stripe over here as well. Did we just cut out? I just got a pop-up saying OBS disconnected. Hello? Are we still here? I think we are. I haven't seen anything happen on my playback yet. I think we must be fine. We here? Okay, I hear you. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Yeah, I'm already hating myself for choosing to do this level of effort for the for the fire prism, because I've got a second fire prism that I'm going to need to do like this. The patterning at least will be different. I'll do something that has smaller panels, so I'm not forced to do as much of this crazy shit with the whites and greys. Hopefully. But this is going to be fun. I think this will look really nice. The big thing is I'm just going to need to do this second time over here. The army's over 75% prints. Hey, I mean, if it works, it works. And a lot of 3D models look really, really nice. And if you're just playing with friends anyway, then it's not like you're going to get executed by Games Workshop. Contrast paint about to wipe out half of this shading. No. Don't say that, Sunju. Please. No, I'm gonna go pretty thin, and the Croxagore scales, it goes really well with the shading. Yeah, because that's what I did for the heads of my Wraith Guard. Not this same kind of shading, because I just did a dry brush transition, but it works really well. Okay. Now we can afford to come back through with our grey again and just knock off the edges of this. Just see if we can make the edges of our highlights a bit more subtle. And then we'll come back through again with our blue. Just got done using contrast on a Chaos Knight. First time you've ever had a problem with this stuff. Do you know what happened? I notoriously have issues with contrast paints all the time. I am cursed by the contrast paint. But I love using it anyway. Okay, let's start off at the front here. Yeah, I don't need to go all out on doing crazy gradients. I think we just need to essentially eliminate the distinct border between the white and the grey, because the contrast paint, when we get to using it, will also help even that out, because the heavy pigment of it should cover up some of it. Like bare flesh over white's just horribly streaky and stained looking. That's unfortunate. That sucks. That's like my worst nightmare, and that's why like I'm spending so long just trying to get the white and grays, like the whites and grays underneath, as clean as I can, because I want to try to eliminate any possible avenue that can cause like visible brush strokes or streakiness. Ever seen the Malithrope model? If so, any opinions? I have never seen the Malithrope model. No. You should have just airbrushed it. Yeah. Airbrushing contrast paints is witchcraft. That's how I got the that's how I've gotten the yellows and oranges on this guy. It was just airbrushing End and yellow. It's so good. I think the grey sear on my palette has started to split, and so the color is now different to what the original base coat was like. So I'm gonna need to get some more on the palette, because it's making it hard to do the transition. Used to contrasting over small models like Eldar, so you think trying to do it on the big panels of Knight's armor was a disaster? Yeah, that was my very first experience, well, my very first time having a shit time with contrast paint was trying to use it on a Questoris Knight's shoulder, and I just made an absolute mess. I was trying to get it even, I used too much, it got patchy, it was drying while I was working with it, I kept wiping away half-dried bits, it was really bad. I like kept trying to fix it, and then every time I did that, I kept making it worse. Yeah, you too lucky it's Chaos Knight Noggle base so you can work with it. Yeah,
always helps when you can write off any like mistakes as weathering or battle damage, or I guess in your case, putrid flesh or vomit or something. Yeah. The "it's just grimdark" excuse is amazing when you have when you can use it. You have 3 wave serpents to paint through and you think that's going to be scary. Yeah, I'm like, this is my first, like, I only have to do 2 fire prisms, and just going through this first fire prism is already making me dread the second one. Like, I'm glad I'm not doing a vehicle-based army. Yeah, thankfully I am lazy as hell, so I'm not going to go all out on making this shit perfect. Near enough is good enough. You have 3 of every Eldar tank printed, so a lot of painting ahead of you. Ooh, yeah. My condolences. Going farther than you want to go, that's for sure. Yeah, well, I mean, hopefully this will be worth it. My biggest fear is that I go through all this and then I paint the contrast on and it looks like shit anyway. Like, that would definitely not be ideal. There are just some brush strokes that I really want to get rid of because I know that they're going to show up through the contrast. It's going to look great. What contrast am I going to put over it? My new favorite color It's Croxagore scales. Just a really nice blue-green. Love it. Yeah. I think it's a nice alternative to the standard Eandon blue that you see a lot. I've used it on the helmets of all my Wraith units, where I essentially for all my Eldar helmets, I'm doing a thing where it'll be like lead belcher and then dry brush a bright aluminium over the like for the high points of the round helmet, and then I put the Croxagore scales over that, and it looks really cool. Okay, I think we do a little bit over the top edge of this now, and then I think once that dries, I might just hit it with a slightly, like a really thin glaze just over the edge there, just see if I can break it up a little bit, because the line between the white and the grey is quite pronounced. Yeah, I need to make this look nice and clean before I go ahead with it. You're doing your whole Eldar army in reverse Beeltan with a bright moot green body, white helmets and turquoise glowing eyes. Oh, nice. Yeah, I really like Eldar as opposed, like, the way you can do Eldar schemes, because they're, like I love grimdark schemes, but then just the Eldar being just so pristine and vibrant is really fun for me. Best faction by far. Yeah, they're a lot of fun. I love them. Okay, I think maybe if I just dab this glaze over the edges, that might be all we need just to soften it enough so that when we come back through with the contrast. Yeah, this is actually quite good. Yeah, just so that we can try to sort of break apart that line.
Hey, Mac. Your Eldar consists of Iand and Harlequin and Drukhari, so yellow, cloud, and black purple. Ah, so your Eldar just needs to have Bealtan in it, and then you've got the lineup from the Valador book. Just saw a pretty fun Spirit Conclave list as well. Raid's your favorite mod on the whole game. Real bummer the detachment isn't better. The detachment isn't terrible though. It's fun, and the Wraithbone armor stratagem is really annoying. It's so like it may not be their best detachment, but it's still really frustrating for people to play against. Add one more to the Valador counter. Look, look, Sunju. It's just where my brain goes, okay? Okay, but I think that should be pretty good. I'm happy with that for our transitions between the whites and the greys. It's not perfect, but I think that once we put the contrast over it, it will eliminate a lot of those transitions. So I'll just let the that bit dry. I guess we can start by doing the contrast up on the higher ridges. Okay, this will be the moment of truth. Let's see if we did a good enough job. I may have gone a bit too thick. Need to work quickly so that it doesn't dry in these, well, in some annoying pools. Actually, no, I don't think I went too thick. We are seeing some of the highlights showing through. They don't need to be perfectly visible. Oh shit. I just made the cardinal sin of touching a section that you've already worked on. Oh. Damn it. I should have mixed this with some contrast medium. Okay. I'm gonna mix this with some medium and then just see if we can salvage that. Yeah, there are some uneven sections in this bit that I just did. But I think once I've let it all dry, I can always just come back with little, with some very thinned down parts of it and just see if we can even it out a bit. So I don't think it's the end of the world, but it is an annoying mistake that I will have to remedy. Let's just ignore that section and work elsewhere, and then we'll come back to it. Just need to make sure I pull the, oh, there's a hair in that. Yuck. Get rid of that shit. Just need to make sure I pull the blobs along. What actually is that? Is that a hair? What the fuck is this? There's like a loose bristle or something floating around in this brush, which is really annoying. And it's just dragging lines through everything. There it is. I hate it. My life is being ruined by a single bristle. I don't know if I've tried, but if I just slightly touch the brush and don't lift it off the model, I think it comes out a lot smoother that way. Yeah, the, it's just a matter of, like, when I do that, I have, like, it's like, you need to have a blob that goes around with it, and you sort of just drag the blob as you go. But, the issue is, I don't really have, like, because it's such a large area, I will, like, I'll end up with specific darker sections. I need to, like, work wide so that I don't, end up with, tracks being dragged through it, essentially, is what I'm worried about. Oh, I just did the cardinal sin of touching wet contrast paint again. I hate it. Yeah, deep breaths. We can save this. Once we've got the first coat down, we can do a very thinned down version of it and just dab it on, and it'll naturally settle into the grooves and recesses that have been left by different thicknesses of contrast paint. It is salvageable. I'm also going to need to fix some things here, like that little mistake I made there.
this section's feeling a little bit better. Just need to make sure I don't get any bad pooling. Okay, this one I started with a very big blob and just dragged it around, and it seemed to be a bit better. Although you can see the edge of where the blob was. Yeah, that section's better. Not amazing, but better. And it's making me really notice how shit it is down here. It's so nasty down there. Whose idea was it to do a single huge uninterrupted panel in the contrast paint? I have to do this again, I've just realized. I've set it up so I'm going to do another one. You're wondering how I was going to cover it? Yeah. Answer, not great, because I'm in charge. I voted accent. Oh, right, yeah, that was me. I'm just distracting myself by doing the rims of the panels rather than going, like, before I go back and continue slaving away on the top edges. The sides here, at least, they're not as easy to mess up. wonder if I can turn this blue, like, beyond the green. Not really. Oh, well, that's good enough there. Again, that bit's not really going to be looked at. Yeah, let's distract ourselves by working on bits that no one's going to see. This is called escapism, and we practice it regularly. Just make sure I didn't accidentally get some on the top there. No, we're good. Yeah, I really should have practiced on the underside first, rather than just going for it on the top edge. But oh well, it is what it is. Gotta learn somehow. They leaned into the wave and wave serpent with that blue. Realistically, I should have gone like lots of reds because it's because it's a fire prism. But yeah, no, yeah, I really like the blue, because it's like it's got a lot, like when you go thicker, it's got some really nice green tones to it. Which will probably come out when I do subsequent coats to clean it up. But yeah, I do really like this blue. Because the Yanden is it's an orange and blue scheme anyway, but this is a slightly different blue to the standard Yanden blue, which is more, it's a bit deeper, where this is a bit more green. Am I going to go over in a second layer for the blue? I am, yeah, because I'll need a second layer thinned down just to sort of clean up some of these sections, which are really gross. Galleon green is still #1 blue. I'm not familiar with that one. One sec. Okay. Need to do our regular practice of have a look at it from afar, see how we feel about it. Color-wise, I think it'll be really nice. The texture is atrocious, though. So, if we can get the texture looking okay, I think it'll be awesome. But we need to get the texture looking okay, because right now it does not look okay. So one sec, I will be right back. I'm just going to go to the bathroom while I let that dry, and then when I come back, we'll see if we can save this. Okay, I'm back. I just stubbed my toe on my chair as I came to sit down. Glad I'm using the 3D print to practice on first. Oh, you wish. This is the real deal. I don't have any 3D printed fire prisms. Okay. Salvage operation, let's go. Think we'll get a bit more contrast medium in this. Texture's definitely making it hard to tell, but the color looks good. Yeah, the texture is not nice. Yeah, let's get a bit more contrast medium in this. So you can thin this down quite heavily. Let's see if we can rescue this. Looks better than Unite did. That is wait to be seen, or that is yet to be seen, I would say, because we can still definitely make this look worse than it already does. this is entirely within my power to ruin further. Okay, that hasn't really remedied the texture yet, but it's gotten rid of a lot of the brush marks, I think. This was one of the good parts already, though, so not a whole lot to be said there. Might need a few layers. I don't know. I think it's getting better. I think as we get more of this on here, it's getting rid of the minor imperfections as we go. And I think the additional coats will just continue to fill that in. It's still not great, though. I do want to say we're looking slightly better. Still probably not good, though. Just less bad. Yeah, maybe for future situations where I'm doing vehicles like this, I'm arriving at the same the same conclusion as you. Maybe I should have just airbrushed this. I feel like this could have gone a lot more easily if I'd airbrushed it. I do think it's looking a little bit better after the second pass. We've still got the really gross texture down there, but I think it's less pronounced. Got to give that a little bit of time to dry, though. I think there's just a little section up the top here that I hadn't done yet. Ow. I think I just cut the top of my thumb on a sharp bit. Oh no, just barely not. It's still wet. I nearly went and tried to touch that up, but that would have just wiped away all of that paint and made it even worse. We practice self-restraint around here. Sometimes. Trust me, you did like 4 coats in your nut, and you're like, yep, this is shit. Watched 4 hipster, and I'm pretty sure he's like, extra layers won't help you fix it. You're like, oh well. Yeah, I think extra layers, to a degree, they can help. But I think, for the most part, it's going to be a matter of just dabbing sections of thinned down stuff into the areas where the texture is bad, because then and just letting it sit and level itself. But that's about all we can do. But yeah, I do really like the color. Just gonna need to do this again on this side. But also just looking at it, I don't think that for the other side we will need to bother with doing the white sections, because you can see where they were when I worked on them. Like, you can see that white through line there. And honestly, I think this white smear here is the reason for some of the bad texture down here. So that was probably really bad. And And a lot of those high points I can just get with thinner and thicker applications of the contrast paint, rather than just trying to achieve it with the different levels of light. Like, I can do some white sections, like I think this top one here is nice, but a lot of the other ones are a bit meh. Just a lot of effort for not much return. And in some cases, like down here, it actually worked against me. Let's just see if I can dab in little bits of our blue around here. And I can probably build this in towards the middle here to build up a darker patch around the exhaust. Should you start a Gene Stealer cult? They're pretty cool. If you want to start a Gene Stealer cult, go for it. Okay, I reckon I'm gonna stop touching this for today. And then we're gonna let it sit. And then come back at it after everything has dried and see if we can salvage it. And then figure out a better way to do it on the other half of this. But yeah, I'm probably going to stop the stream here for the day. We're going for 4 hours, so on the shorter end of stream lengths for us, but I think it's fine because we're streaming consistently now, so I can afford to do slightly shorter streams and then still get a lot of hours in the week. But yeah, I think the color is really nice. At a distance, looks absolutely fire. It's just when you get up close, you see all these disgusting, like, lines and stuff. But, yeah, I think this is going to be really nice. Watch the guy airbrush a wave serpent and he masked bits with some sort of clay. You don't know what it was, but it seemed to work great. Yeah, if I were to do it, I'd probably put liquid mask into all of the recesses and then masking tape just along the edges of the panels. That's probably the way I would go about it. But yeah. So today we finished doing the gems for the top half of the fire prism. Yeah, I think this will be really nice. I do think this will look really cool when we get it all done. When we get the blue stripe there, we get the blue stripe over here. Then we get maybe a couple of accent panels in blue at the top, like 1, 2, and 3 back here, perhaps. And then maybe that panel and that panel. I think it'll be really neat. But yeah, Okay, I'm feeling a lot better about this when I'm looking at it at a distance. It's just nasty as hell up close. But at a distance, it looks so nice. I love it. See, look at this. You can't even tell that it's shit. You can't even tell. Yeah, I think it'd be good. Anyway, I'm going to call that here for the day. Oh, it's my belly. Actually, it's not even my belly. That's just my jumper. But yeah. Anyway, I'm going to call that here for the day. Thanks for hopping by, guys. And yeah, I will catch you guys all tomorrow. So take care. Enjoy the rest of your day/night. And yeah, I'll see you later. Bye-bye.